Good afternoon, all our distinguished guests, to our third session for our International Sangha Forum 2023. In this session, in this early afternoon, we're going to be, in the session, it's going to be about the 37 factors of enlightenment, a comprehensive exploration of their relevance and application in contemporary society. So due to the amount of time that is quite limited, we're going to go through it right away. And if you have any questions with the presentations that you would like to ask our presenters, you can keep your questions until the end. We would usually have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions at the end. So for this session, I would firstly like to invite to the stage our chairperson for this session, most venerable former Professor Khandagoda Vimala Dhamma Mahanayika Thero, to take the stage. He is the Emeritus Professor at the moment, so I would like to invite most venerable to take the stage as our chairperson. Next, I would like to invite to the stage Lama Chodak Rinpoche, the founder of the Tibetan Buddhist Society of Canberra in Australia. Next, I would like to invite Venerable Dr. Ashin Sopita, the Pre-Rector, Dhammaduta Buddhist University, Bago from Myanmar, to please take the stage. Thank you. And our third speaker, I would like to invite Panot Isarasakun, the visiting lecturer at Mahachulalongkorn University from Thailand, to please also take the stage. And our final presenter for this session, I would like to invite Venerable Dr. Tenzin Nyingma, the guest faculty of Samprayana Shastra, Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies from Varanasi, to please also take the stage. Thank you. And for this session, we would have our guest of honor for this session. I would like to invite Venerable Khenpo Sonam Bumden to please take the stage as our guest of honor for this session. Venerable Khenpo Sonam Bumden is the Chief of Research and Translation Office of J. Khenpo from Bhutan. Thank you. So now I would like to hand over the stage to our chairperson, most venerable former senior professor Khandagoda Vimala Dhamma Mahanayika Thero, to please take the stage. Thank you. Yes, you can speak from there if you like, or you can come here if you like. For all of our speakers, you can choose whether you want to speak at your seat or if you want to come up here to present with the slides. You can choose whichever one of the choices you would prefer. Yes. Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody, all of you. Now, in the evening session, first of all, I introduce to our speakers. When para panel Islamakul visiting lecturer Mahachulalongkorn University PhD, Thailand, and co-authors Sandeep Santiano. Second one, when Assistant Dr. Para Karunaratna Mantron, Anand Chandra Kugan, PhD. Third one, Ben Parakuso Visito Angusha Play, Benjaparat Teparat Chuni, PhD, and when Dr. Tenzing Nyama, guest faculty, Sampradaya Shastra, Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies, Varanasi, and I warmly welcome our speakers. I will go there. Okay. Good afternoon. Namo Buddhaya. Noble members of the Mahasangha, honored guests, and seekers of truth, ladies and gentlemen. Today, our first topic is the timeless wisdom completing the 37 factors of enlightenment in today's world. First of all, I thank our organizing committee and another committee. I fully thank in the moment. Noble yes. According to the Theravada Buddhist tradition, many concepts discussed in the morning session is Metta, Karuna, Mudita, Upeksha, sympathetic joy, imparable sympathetic joy, kindness, like that. Yesterday and today, many discuss Theravada Buddhist traditions, and another tradition also discussed there. Today in the morning, especially, this topic very widely, very epistemologically, very ethically, and scientifically discussed. What are the 37 factors of enlightenment in Buddha's world? 4 bases of mindfulness and 4 perseverance, 4 road to the powers, enlightenment factors. Ariyatanga Marga, you all of devotees know Ariyatanga Marga Noble Eightfold Path, and 5 spiritual powers, 5 faculties, all of 37 factors. Our topic is noble, timeless wisdom contemplating the 30 factors of enlightenment in today's world. I tell you simple example. Like worthless things such as dry leaves lying at the roots of tree, valuable things of use may not be readily available. Gold, silver, money, clothing, food, estate, fields, vehicles, and useful things of value should be striven for. One must work hard to get things that are valuable and useful. Definitely you know. One must work hard to get things that are valuable and useful. The higher the value of the received position, the more effort should be made to get it. Even to get a position as a clerk or any other jobs, one must maybe study for many years, starting at the age of 5 or 6. But lazy person who cannot apply himself to it can never become a clerk or engineer or doctor, etc. Person who cannot apply himself to it can never become a clerk. Why? He is a lazy person. Does it mean that you must work for a longer time to get a higher position than that? The value of each dhammā cannot be quantified from the numerous new transcendental dhammā, the 4 paths, the 4 results, nibbāna, which should be expected as the result of 37 factors. We know is Theravada tradition and Mahayana tradition is a similar and sometimes maybe little difference maybe. But Vajrayana, Tantrayana like that. Now today, many traditions we are discussing in this conference. I would thank all of you, and after that is the first topic is beginning traditions, embracing modernity, a dialogue of the Buddha's teaching to today's world. Plenary theme, 37 factors, enlightenment. Sattatiṃsa bodhipakkhiyā dhammā. A comparison, exploration of the relevance and application in contemporary society. Now, I told all of you. And after that, we beginning with discussion. Start now. Thank you very much. First one is Lama Chodak Rinpoche. He is a popular international speaker. He has weekly online audience of 1,200 people from all over the world in 60 countries. I invited, please your presentation to give audience.
Namo Ratnatrayaya. Most Venerable Chairperson, Professor Kande Goda Vimala Dhammā Manayakatero, fellow panelists, very senior abbots of Sera, Drepung, Ganden, and Tashil Lumpo, and all other very special Tibetan traditions. It's a great honor and privilege to be able to share some thoughts on the 37 factors of enlightenment in view of upholding the great vision of His Holiness Dalai Lama to bring people from all different triyanas, vehicles, traditions together as we are a disciple of one and only Buddha, not separated by a color of robes and language and traditions. So what a great vision of His Holiness Dalai Lama we are here to relish. My topic features very prominently in both Theravada Mahayana literature, including Shastras written by Buddhaghosa, Asanga, and Vasubandhu. The factors constitute coherent subjects of mental development, starting from a beginner who embarks on the path and then gradually develops onto mundane, to supermundane, to lead to attain ultimate enlightenment. The 37 factors of enlightenment, known as Changchok Sodun in Tibetan, consists of 7 groups. The first 3 groups, the first 4 foundation of mindfulness, second 4 right efforts, 3 4 legs of miracles, constitute the practice for those who have entered and follow the path in which they have faith, and that will lead to perfect enlightenment. The first 12 factors are conducive to those on the 3 levels of path of accumulation. Then the 2 groups of 5, the 5 powers and 5 strengths, constitute the practices of the 4 definite factors conducive to gaining enlightenment. That this enlightenment on the 4 levels of the path of preparation, they'll join the supermundane level. The 7 limbs of enlightenment are the qualities attained as the fruit of the path of seeing. 8 Noble Path consists of the qualities of the exalted beings dwelling on the path of meditation. First, the 4th foundation of mindfulness examines the 4 specific characteristics of the objects. These are, the first, that our body is impure, our feelings are suffering, our mind is impermanent, and all phenomena are empty. The mindfulness focuses on these 4 points again and again and thoroughly examines those characteristics with wisdom. That analysis helps one to engage in meditation on the 4 noble truths. With the mindfulness body, one meditates on the truth of suffering and understand that the body is nature of all pervasive conditioned suffering. With mindfulness feeling, one meditates on the truth of origin, knowing how feelings give rise to craving, which one tries to stop. Through mindfulness of mind, one engages in meditation on the truth of cessation, since one realizes that mind is not even to be found in the mind itself. With mindfulness of phenomena, one meditates on the truth of the path that is to be followed. Through these, one realizes the truth of suffering and the truth of origin are to be abandoned, whereas truth of cessation and truth of path are to be realized. Without these 4 foundations of mindfulness, the childish sentient beings observes the body as an entity that serves as an abode of the self, feeling as enjoyment of the self, the mind as an entity knowing that it is the self, the phenomena as independently existing things without knowing that they are none other than one's own imagination. Meditation on the 4 mindfulnesses is primarily the subject of those on the lesser path of accumulation and therefore called the path of complete examination of the nature of all phenomena. 2. Second group, the 4 right efforts, is a teaching on how to stay grounded on the right effort with delight so that one can discard bad actions and adopt the good. These are, first, restraining from non-virtuous deeds that has arisen. 2, preventing non-virtue that has not yet risen. 3, practicing virtue that has arisen. 4, generating virtue that has not yet arisen. It is for these 4 purposes one cultivates aspiration, endeavor, right effort, and correct perception by the mind, and one firmly settles the mind. Aspiration is the foundation of effort since it precedes effort. Endeavor is effort that mentally develops calm abiding. Making effort generates antidotes to dullness and agitation, which is the correct technique to settle the mind. When dullness arises, one should know it is dullness and reflect on the qualities of the Buddha, like loving kindness, in order to elevate the mind. When agitation arises, one should think of the suffering of the world to arouse weariness, which then gathers the scattered mind back and enables to refocus on the object of meditation. Meditation on the 4 right efforts is for those on the middling path of accumulation and therefore called the path of training in right effort to remove the obscuration of meditative concentration. 3. The third group is 4 legs of miracles, referring to the miraculous abilities one acquires through meditation. Having made the right effort in taking delight in what is to be discarded and what is to be adopted, the serviceability of the mind is essential to develop meditative concentration. The 4 legs of miracles are an aspiration to focus one's attention on the object of meditation, a delighted effort that holds the attention on the object of meditation, a stable meditative concentration required from one's reserve of merits, and sharp analytical concentration that meticulously discerns the teachings of the Buddha. These 4 are the synthesis of the 8 antidotes that overcome the 5 hindrances. Laziness is remedied by delightful effort, the foundation which is the aspiration. The cause of aspiration is faith, and the result of effort is pliancy. The antidote to forgetfulness, instructions of the mindfulness. The antidote to dullness and agitation is introspection. If dullness and agitation have arisen, it is the fault of non-application of above antidotes. The remedy for non-application is application of the very antidotes. It is also a fault to over-apply antidotes when concentration is operating fine. The antidote to over-application is therefore equanimity, knowing how to moderate the antidotes. Since these four qualities are the main basis of cultivating miraculous abilities, they are known as the 4 legs of miraculous abilities or 4 bases. In order to understand how these 3 groups of the 4 enhances one another, that the supports of miraculous abilities represent the great path of accumulation and are therefore called path of perfecting meditative concentration. 4. Fourth group is the 5 powers, is the path that prepares the mind to gain clear realization of the truth. And having trained the mind in meditative concentration, the 5 powers generate and join for one to attain the qualities of the first 2 of the path of preparation, heat and peak levels, which empowers one to gain clear realization of the truth with 5 distinctive powers. Faith empowers one to believe in the 4 noble truths, so there's no excuse for Buddhism being without beliefs. Effort empowers one to know what is to be discarded and what is to be adopted. And mindfulness empowers one to prevent forgetfulness. Meditative concentration empowers one to stabilize one-pointed concentration. Wisdom empowers one to discern the mode of reality of phenomena as they are. Therefore, these 5 powers, a path that joins to gain clear realization of heat and peak on the path of preparation. Since we are running out of time and the power of the timekeeper has to be honored, I'll skip some, knowing that our other panelists of mine will cover some topics, so there is no need. But I would like to offer the final point. I would like to make a comparison on how 3 yanas differ in their approach. As an example, how they meditate on the body, the first of the 4 foundational mindfulness. For instance, the 4 mindfulness remedy the 4 misconceptions. The misconception of thinking that body is beautiful is rejected, and instead body is ascertained as impure and undesirable. Having mindfulness of body grounds one in knowing that body is not pure and not lasting as it may appear. One learns accept the body is not a monolithic entity, but it is in fact a transient collection of solids, liquids, gas, or more precisely, made up of 32 impure substances. From the monastic Buddhist practitioner's point of view, mindfulness body requires one to think that it is unpleasant. However accurate this information may be, this approach is only really relatable for a practitioner who may use it as a coping strategy or temporarily suppress or perhaps in some cases remedy desire. I do not know how many mindfulness teachers, contemporary mindful teachers, dare to promote this as everyday mindfulness practice. From the Mahayana point of view, according to Nagarjuna, the body of the opposite gender to a male is to be seen as that of a mother or a sister. Relatively speaking, not all women will be seen as mother and sister unless one is as realized as Nagarjuna. However, an attempt to see women as one's own mother instead of pile of filth is inclusive, very noble. It may even help to transcend desire and ordinary perceptions. For Nagarjuna, it is not just mindfulness, the unpleasant of the body itself, but who is in the body that is of great significance. For the Mahayana practitioner, renunciation refers to the abandonment of wrong views. Hence, accepting sentient beings who lack such awareness with altruistic and intelligent emotions, embracing them as one's own mother sentient beings, is in fact renunciation in the highest level. But according to Vajrayana point of view, all forms are empty. Emptiness is represented as wisdom deity who manifests in the form of Pranjaparamita or Avalokiteshvara as a visual dharma of emptiness and form. Vajrayana sees the body with insight that one does neither despise nor endear, since the practitioner can see reality as it is without manipulating the appearance. It understands that form is emptiness, so there's no need to think it's a foul or something beautiful. With understanding of the profound statement of the Heart Sutra, the form is emptiness and emptiness is form, Vajrayana chooses to express the insight of reality, which is obscured by practitioners' aptitude. So the meditation on the mindfulness of body as the first of the 37 factors is a conducive factor for the liberation from desirous affliction. Here the emphasis of the three vehicles are renunciation, altruism, and emptiness, respectively by Theravada, Mahayana, and Vajrayana. The renunciation approach by Theravada is an exclusive model, as only few can practice it successfully. The altruistic approach of Mahayana is inclusive model, as many, even as householders, may use it as arouse empathy, care, kindness, and therefore remedy desire. The emptiness approach of Vajrayana is a liberative, and it can be transformative to potentially all, and perhaps sometimes only a few, whoever has the wit and insight without having to seek enlightenment from outside. Conclusion. The sequence of the 37 factors mentioned above and the relevant factors in each group are ranked not in the order of how many are contained within the group, for instance, from 4 to 8, but from the mundane to transcendental, gross to subtle, beginners to the advanced, stream entry to arhathood, all the way to Samyak Sambuddha. They're not a random list of psychological factors. They're interwoven and overlap many times. For instance, mental factor of right effort takes 9 roles, mindfulness 8, wisdom 5, and right livelihood only 1. The 7 limbs of enlightenment is placed as the 6th group. Why? Because until one gains the path of seeing, there's no real vipassana. In other words, vipassana meditation does not constitute just watching sensation of the tip of the nose or in 10-day meditation retreat by those who have not even taken refuge in the triple gem or you have no intention to believe in one. Vipassana is the discernment of the penetrated insight in knowing no self that is realized only after discarding at least 98 gross afflictions. Mindfulness-based stress reduction or compassion-based stress reductions are merely what they say they are. They have nothing to do with the 37 factors of enlightenment. The 37 factors of enlightenment is an authentic gift and that excels gifts of all of the fully enlightened one's teachings. They are used as a coherent, methodical steps to walk on the path which practitioners in 3 yanas follow as a vehicle to guide, measure, and assess their progress on the stages of the path leading to perfect enlightenment. In Vajrayana Buddhism, the 37 factors of enlightenment is visually depicted in the architectural symbolism of stupas, 37 deities and Chakrasamvara Mandala, as well as Vajradhatu Mandala. Too many comparisons to draw to. So with this, I would like to end and thank everyone for giving the opportunity, particularly the organizers for hosting this, working day and night to delight everyone here. Thank you very much.
Nama Chodek, Rimponche, we are lot of thanks to you. Lama is founder Tibetan Buddhist Society of Canberra, Australia, and he is very famous there, and he has lot of works. He is built up Sakya Temple of Peace. This temple will be dedicated to promote peace, understanding, and humanity, and the project is due commence soon. Rinpoche teaches, translates and lives in Canberra. As a popular international speaker, he has weekly online audience and 1,200 people from all over the world in 60 countries. Okay. Is a meditation and introduce. And after that, about paramita and any other concept, he discussed with them in 10 minutes included. And after that, I invited to another, our great speaker, when Dr. Ashin Sobita there, okay.
Namo Vibhesa Warino Ananta Sinada. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and all the Venerable Bhikkhus Sanghas and distinguished guests, and also lay devotees, men and women, and then ladies and gentlemen. I wish all of you all the best. Today is very auspicious day because in Bodhipakkhiyā, this is the first time the International Sangha Forum is held here. So it is a very significant day for all of the Buddhists. Actually, not all of the Buddhists, but also all of the people who are living around the world. Today, our topics concerned with the 37 enlightenment factors. But actually, among the 37 enlightenment factors, I will present only about the 4 foundations of the success, Cattaro Iddhipada. Before I present my paper, I would like to say my great thanks to the organizers who invited me here to make the presentation on this stage with regard to the teachings of the Buddha. And also my great thanks goes to the Venerable Tejinda and Sijana who are living in Burmese. They helped me here to be able to come here in Bodhipakkhiyā. And also my great thanks to all those who helped me here during my stay in the Bodhipakkhiyā. So, today my topic is the 4 foundations or the 4 bases of the success. Cattaro Iddhipada. First of all, among them, I would like to explain about the Iddhipada before I go into explain about the Iddhipada. I will explain about the Iddhi. Here, Iddhi is Pali word. The meaning of the Iddhi is completed or success for everyone what they want. The word explanation is Ajna AD, which means that the AD signifies the fate of heaven succeeded, completed, or perfected. There are 4 ADs. There are 5 ADs. They are Abhinyayesu, Dhammesu, Abhinyasati. I will explain later about this meaning. And the second one is Pranyasu, Dhammesu, Pranyasati. And this meaning also I will explain later. And the third one, Pahatabesu, Dhammesu, Pahanasati. And the fourth one is Sichikatabesu, Dhammesu, Sichikiriya Sati. And the fifth one is Bhavetabesu, Dhammesu, Bhavanasati. This is the Sati, not lady, and not lady. So the first definition, Abhinyasu, Dhammesu, Abhinyasati. What does it mean? Completion or success in acquiring special knowledge in those things in which special knowledge should be acquired. Things such as rupa, material phenomena, and mental phenomena. It means that everyone should understand about the mental phenomena and physical phenomena, especially those who are meditating, who are sit for meditation. First of all, in first stage, these meditators should understand the mental phenomena and physical phenomena. What is mind and what is material. And then also the second one, the definition of the second one is the completion or success in acquiring full understanding in those things in which full understanding should be acquired. Things such as dukkha sacca, the noble truth of the suffering. This is very important for all of the Buddhists. Those who want to attain the Nibbana must realize the Four Noble Truths, especially to the first Noble Truth, the Noble Truth of the suffering. And then the third one, the completion of the success is attained in the task of the abandonment of those things that should be abandoned, things such as samudaya, sacca, the noble tree of the cause of the suffering. I have a time limit, so some paragraph I will skip, so that my presentation will finish in time. Otherwise, I have to take a lot of minutes, a lot of hours. And I would like to advise to the organizers. I would like to advise to the organizers to place here watch or clock so that the speakers will know how many minutes he used, how many minutes, how many times left for him. And let me skip some paragraph. Now let me explain about the Adipata. The word explanation is Adipata. In other words, root or basis of the attainment, completion, perfection, success, or potency. There are 4 kinds of the 80 padas. They are Chandati Pado. And the second one is Uriyati Pado. The third one is Chaitati Pado. The fourth one is Vimansati Pado. These are called for 80 padas, which are included in the 37 enlightenment factors, Sattatiṃsa, bodhipakkhiyā, dhammā. You see, the Buddha delivered his message for everyone who want to get a peace of mind, who want to obtain the purification of the mind. These 80 padas are essential for everyone who engage in every field of the job, field of the works. First of all, I would like to explain the Chandati Pado, Sandati Pado. If you want to do something, if you want to be something, how many times I use? 2 minutes left. Okay, thank you. Now start the beginning, but time is run quickly. So how can I present my paper in complete manner? Okay. Sandati Pado. If you want to be, for example, if you want to be doctor, if you want to be engineer, if you want to be pilot, if you want to be meditation teacher, you must have a strong desire. One day I will be a doctor. One day I will be an engineer. And one day I will be a pilot, just like that. You should have a strong desire. And then the next step is strong. Only you have a strong desire is not enough. And also, you should have the great endeavor, industriousness, in Pali, viriya. If you have no viriya or great endeavor, your desire, your wish may not become true. Your desire, your wish may be useless. So that is why the Buddha said, these 80 padas, 480 padas are essential for everyone if you want to be something, if you want to attain the enlightenment. First of all, you need to have the strong desire, and after that, you need to have great endeavors. And a strong desire, great endeavor, thus is enough. No. And also, you need to have Chaitati Pada, strong mind. Strong mind. Because you know, you want to be an engineer, you have a strong desire, you have a great endeavor, but your mind is very soft. You can't do nothing, you want to do nothing. It's not possible. your aim and ambition will be useless. You never become a doctor, you never become an engineer or something like that. And also the fourth one is Vimansati-vada. This is very important. That is why the Buddha delivered this Vimansati-vada on the last stage. The last stage, but it's very important. Whenever you do something, you must differentiate, you must know whether it's right or wrong. Thank you. Whether right or wrong. This is very important. You should use your knowledge, you should use your brains, you should use your wisdom. You do something, which way is wrong and which way is right. This is Iddhibhata. Okay, let me conclude. These 4 Iddhibhatas in the Mahaparinibbana Sutta, the Buddha said, those who cultivate or develop these 4 Iddhibhatas can live 100 years, over 100 years. So, I would like to urge all the people who are gathering on this ground, please develop these 4 Iddhibhatas day and night. If you develop, if you make a completion of these 4 Iddhibhatas, you may live a long life, 100 years and over 100 years. And also, lastly, you may attain to the Nibbana by developing these 4 Iddhibhatas. Okay, thank you for all audience. I wish all of you to be free from all mental and physical suffering. The peace will prevail all of you, and also I wish to be happy, healthy. May you attain to the Nibbana. Okay, thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Mahathera. When Dr. Ashin Sobhitathera, Pro-Rector Dhammā Buddhist University, Bago, Myanmar, he's expressed ideas thoroughly well. And after that, he is a very, very popular lecturer. And he always practiced Buddhist meditation and Buddhist philosophy, and with 8 years of teaching experience, various Buddhist universities, Dr. Ashin Sobhitathera has dedicated himself to the education and enlightenment of others. Thank you, Bhante. Next, our topic is Buddhist counseling technique based and application of Noble Eightfold Path. Case study of Gilana Dhammā volunteer group training program when Para cannot Isara Sakul, I don't know pronunciation is, he is a visiting lecturer, Mahachulalankara Vidyalaya, University Thailand. Any co-authors? Satep Sutandiano, when Assistant Professor Dr. Paramakurushtarong, Anand Tangaron, he got a PhD. And when Dr. Paramakusarashi, Visumuttu Auna Gupali, Benjopara technique, he won. Okay,
I would like to express
I invited you.
our respect to the Venerable Chairperson and to all Sanghas here. In this session, we discuss about the 37 factors of enlightenment. And the previous paper, Venerable Ajahn Sopita present about Itipata. And now I will present about the Eightfold Path, the last 8 factors for enlightenment. But in this paper, I will not present and explain the meaning of the Eightfold Path, but I will tell you about the way we apply the Eightfold Path in the contemporary society, in the context of the palliative care and bereavement care. I, as a member of the Kilata Dhammā volunteer group, we work as a volunteer for helping people in suffering. We do spiritual care in hospital and also the bereavement care for the one who lost their beloved. The aim of application of the Eightfold Path is not only to alleviate, eliminate, or vaccinate the people from suffering, but also strengthen themselves to be able to face the suffering in their life. We, the Kilata Dhammā volunteer group, we learn from many gurus or teachers from around the world. The Highness Dalai Lama is also one of our teacher, spiritual teacher, and all others teachers, including all the patients and their family, we took care. They all our gurus, and we learn how to deal with suffering. The aim of the Buddhist affairs in Thailand, they focus in 6 areas, as present on the slide. At the Kilata Dhammā volunteer group, we focus on the number 3 and number 6, is to propagate Dhamma and help people in suffering. The way to propagate Dhamma is not only to teaching, it's not only to tell them what to do and what the Buddha taught, but we use the technique of Buddhist counseling to ask what you are, what are you feeling, and make them understand their own suffering and find out the best way to solve the problem themselves. The work of Kilata Dhammā can be separated into 2 groups. The first one is about holistic care. We help people to alleviate their suffering. For spiritual care, for patients and families, we do both individually and in group. We do bereavement care for the family of the patient who passed away. And also the medical staff who take care of the patients, they also have some suffering, including medical students. And then we expand our area of work to working people and communities in rural areas. To do holistic care, to help people from suffering is not enough, because the member of Kilata Dhammā volunteer group is very limited. So we have to do another kind of works, that is training program, to train both our volunteers and other people to be able to help people to deal with suffering. The training program is very important part to educate people in the society to be able to deal with the suffering, both for themselves and others. The problem of Kirana Dhamma volunteer group is how to do that. We collect our experiences from our work about palliative care. I will show the pictures just briefly for you all to see what we do. Palliative care we do both in hospital, in rural area, and also at the temple when people has some problem in their life and come to have a counseling session at the temple. The next kind of work is bereavement care. We do individually, group, and also the prevention program for people before they lost their beloved and prepare themselves to be able to deal with that situation that might occur in the future. The next is the training program. As I mentioned, that our volunteer cannot help every people, but we try to train medical staff, medical students to be able to take care not only physically, but mentally, spiritually. What I would like to present for the last part of my paper is how we deal with suffering. And from all experiences as mentioned before, we developed the model of Buddhist counseling. We use the concept of Buddhist plus psychology. We use the technique of counseling techniques combined with Buddhist teaching. We base the Buddhist teaching on the Four Noble Truths. And the way to deal with the suffering is the Dhammā, the Eightfold Path, which is the last 8 factors of enlightenment. And the enlightenment is the end of suffering. And to do so, we summarize the Eightfold Path into Traisikha, Sila, Samadhi, Panya. The question is how to make Sila, Samadhi, Panya be developed and fully cultivated in the person who is suffering. This is the last slide I would like to present. This is the model of Buddhist counseling. I present the right person in the yellow circle is the counselee, the one who is suffering. And the left circle is the counselor, the one who will help the counselee. To make it clear that the counselor doesn't mean the psychologist who graduate from university only, but I mean every people who have the mind, who would like to help others. You can be a counselor. Mother can take care their child, her child, who is suffering from very busy work. And also, on the other hand, the child who just came back from the office after the busy work can also take care the mother who is worrying about her health. But how to take care each other? The model is like this. We would like to develop the concept of Sila, Samadhi, Panya, or we can explain in terms of 4 development: physical, moral, emotional, and wisdom. Firstly, in the counselor side, and then the counselor can develop their mind to be metta, karuna, mudita, ubekha in their own minds. And once their mind is ready to help others, what they can do is to speak and action to the counselee. Next slide, please. The blue arrow is the thing that counselor can help speak and talk asking question to the counselee with the mind full of sattha, the faith. The faith is the belief that the counselee can be free from suffering by their potentials. And the counselor has to make themselves to be Kalyanamit, the good friend, the Dhamma friend for the counselee. This is what the counselor has to develop themselves to be able to be and to do. Then, the question that the counselor asks counselee is the parato kosa, is the external factors that the counselor provide to the counselee to make them think about the suffering. For example, I take care of one patient who is suffering about his dying, which is coming in the next 3 months, as the doctor said. He worrying about his son. And I asked him, what are you worrying about? This question from the counselor make the counselee try to review himself and understand deeply what to do. And finally, he can find out that what he wants is the love and the confidence that his son can take care his own life. And finally, he found that his son be able to take care himself even he died. And when he realized, he feel that dying is okay for him. This is the example that the question of the counselee can help the counselor without teaching. And we cannot teach this patient to be okay with dying until he believes and find out that it is okay by himself. In this concept, we can conclude into 3 steps. The first one is the tuning in. It's the technique that the counselor try to tune with the counselee and make the counselee feel that we are his friend, and then make him identify split is the gap between his expectation and the reality, which is the suffering. And then he realize the solution for himself. This all is the technique we used and we proudly present. It doesn't mean that we only that can do, but the fact is we all here and every human beings can do. We, the volunteer group, is just the one to present the fact that is our everyone's potential. And to enrich and to make everyone believe that everyone can do, we make the training program to train this kind of concept and this technique to everyone. Thank you all and wish you all be free from suffering.
Bhante Para yesterday and today expressed many voluntary ideas. It's a most valuable thing. Now you are is a young Buddhist monk, no? That's the thing. Next, our speaker is when Dr. Tenzin Nyama, guest faculty, Sampradaya Shastra Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies, Varanasi. Bhante, I invited you.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Our most respected Sangha members, our distinguished chairperson, our abbots, speakers, and my dear Dhammā sisters and brothers. First of all, I would like to greet you, extend my heartiest Tashidilek, Namaskar, Namo Buddhaya to you all. First of all, I'm really privileged to have this opportunity to share some of my thoughts with you. And for this, I'm really thankful towards the organizers. And today, my topic is application of Noble Eightfold Path in fostering holistic view and global well-being. Actually, I wrote a paper that is not dealt with philosophical nuances. Rather, I make it general, so that since this kind of gathering is, I think, we should come together to find some kind of commonality within these both Sanskrit and Pali traditions. So, and also, I make sure that while I was writing this paper, so I use some terms which are common to us, right? Sometimes, we are, sometimes, there are differences in using terminology like dharma or dhammā, nirvana or nibbana, and these kind of things, arya or arya. So I try my best to bring or write words which are common to all of us. So due to time constraint, I will read out my paper over here. Introduction. In the 21st century, it appears that we are living in the world that is extremely complex and fragmented. The global problems of conflict, social injustice, intergroup antagonism, inequality, social, racial, and communal discrimination, and so forth, are created and sustained through our unrestrained thoughts, which have both widespread impact as well as local ramification. Our modern day lifestyle is such that people are experiencing not only physical ailments, but they are also undergoing through various mental distresses like psychosis, depression, anxiety, tension, and stress, etc. To overcome suffering of all kinds, Buddha has preached the Four Noble Truths: the truth of suffering, which is to be abandoned; the truth of the origin of suffering, which is to be abandoned; the truth of the cessation of suffering, which is to be actualized; and the truth of the path leading to the cessation and have to be realized. Noble Eightfold Path. The word noble has various connotations to offer, but for the general understanding, it is the path followed by one who upholds noble aims of benefiting others. The Noble Eightfold Path outlines a course of practice and procedures to ascend on paths of liberation from suffering. The Noble Eightfold Path encompasses both general and philosophical meaning and comprises 8 facets of faith, and they are right view. Sometimes it is also called perfect understanding. It means to see every phenomena in the nature of constantly changing, suffering, selfless, and so forth. It also means to have staunch conviction in theory of rebirth, causality, and in triple gems. Conviction in causality is that wholesome actions lead to joyful results, whereas unwholesome actions lead to unpleasant experiences. From philosophical point of view, it is to understand dependent origination, impermanence, selflessness, and emptiness of all phenomena, etc. It also means that one speaks, thinks, and acts in conformity with reality, how things actually are. We develop the clearest right view through the power of meditation and wisdom, that one can see true nature of phenomena during the meditational equipoise. In the post-meditation period, the direct clarity may be lost, but still it maintains the sedateness of wisdom with right thought. Right thought, perfect intention, means not to get distracted by anything other than the reality of what it is and to see things without prejudices. It involves developing proper thought, which are free from attachment to worldly pleasure, self-possessiveness, and which is animated by love and compassion. Right thought is an intention that stimulates speech at the post-meditation period to pass on the knowledge of viewing ultimate nature of things acquired at the time of meditative equipoise. Right speech carries the meaning perfect communication, which is the sheer utterance of reality as it is. It means the right action of speech is explaining to others what oneself has realized. It also means to refraining from speaking hurtful, abusive, calumny, divisive, and idle talk. Instead, it compels to speak with gentler and sensibly with others. In our life, speech plays a pivotal role at every step. We cannot peep into the mind of others, rather we make speculation by the words spoken. So to refraining from harming others and to benefit others, we need to have skillful expression of speech. Till now, this encourages us to be open-minded. So to be open-minded, when we deal with people in our day-to-day life, we should have a view which can not only ensures beneficial to others, but for oneself. Right action means to carry out actions with right motivation that will ensure positive consequences and beneficial effect on self and others. It means abandoning improper activities and indulging in perfect activities of body and speech. It is an abstinence from killing, stealing, indulgence in passion, and devoted in charity, service, and compassionate endeavors. Right livelihood is to sustain our life with food, clothes, and shelter, and that should be earned from ethical resources. Livelihood that either directly or indirectly incurs benefit for oneself and others. In short, it means to sustain on middle way livelihood in accordance with Dhammā by abandoning improper livelihood and abiding in ethical way of life. Any livelihood that incurs harm to oneself or others is wrong means of livelihood. Right effort means cultivating a positive attitude towards our undertaking and to engage in strenuous endeavor for mental and moral elevation, which consists of full participation with being creative and delightful. All the other 7 facets of Noble Eightfold Path performs effectively only if there is most excellent diligence. The etymology of this word suggests that it should be brimmed with joy and enthusiasm. Right mindfulness, or sometimes it is called right vigilance, is constant awareness with reference to the mind-body entity and physical and mental processes as they are. It is the sport for meditation, and if we resort on it, then it will allow us to be very clear about what is happening in the meditation. It also helps us during the post-meditation session to channeling resources of our life into improving the quality of meditation. Right mindfulness is antidote to mental laxity and excitement, and thus fortifies meditation states of calm abiding and spatial insights. So definitely everyone knows what is mindfulness, but sometimes, we get lost in its meaning, saying that we are just remaining silent or keeping our eyes closed. That is a mindfulness. But I think in our day-to-day life, the mindfulness plays a pivotal role. Mindfulness has a great role, recognizing from little things like, the efforts of sweeper, the efforts of cook, the efforts of the volunteers who are making lots of hard work to making this kind of gathering possible. So every aspect of our body, speech, and mind is, I think, need to be take care of. And for that, if we focus on we be mindful on all these things, then I think we are on to the right way. Right concentration, right meditation is meditative absorption that denotes single-pointedness of unwavering mind on the object of meditation. The prime object of practicing Dhammā is to train, tame, and stabilizing the mind. And to do that, we need to develop concentration, that is fixing of the mental faculties on single object. Right concentration might be defined as avoidance of the extremes of mental scattering and sinking. There are 2 kinds of meditation, samatha and state of being calm and tranquility, and vipassana and insight that is engaged in penetrating exploration. The parts of Noble Eightfold Path are generally appended in 3 trainings: morality, concentration, and wisdom. The first and second paths are subsumed in wisdom because they entail a fundamental cognitive reorientation that is necessary as an initial prerequisite for the path. The third, fourth, and fifth paths are comprised in morality because they are concerned with training in moral actions and attitudes. The remaining 3 paths are included in concentration because they are concerned with developing concentration. So Noble Eightfold Path is also known as the middle path. The Noble Eightfold Path is also known as the middle path that avoids extremes and stands between indulgence and asceticism. In Buddhist literatures, by positing 2 extremes, each of which is unacceptable for the attainment of Buddhahood, suggests a way of understanding the middle path in terms of the Noble Eightfold Path to avoid extremist attitude. These extremes are grasped based on a partial, ill-motivated apprehension of reality. The middle way approach is crucial in this process, that is to remain mindful and aware in our approach and non-judgmental in our execution. Thus, it strongly implies that we can come to an understanding of cause and effect relationship and the postulation of rebirth only if middle way standpoint can be achieved. So fostering a global holistic view and global well-being, we are living in a community that is socially constructed, that forms certain cultural patterns like identity norms, value and belief system, eventually results in compelling our mind to be socially conditioned. Due to this reality, we build and accept certain frames of reference that best suits our interests and necessities and lifestyle. To build a genuine interconnectedness and integrative and holistic perspective among people, it requires to learn to live with those who adhere different and even opposing values and faiths. In any society, to have happiness, well-being, and stability, there should be an ethics among the people and recognition of secular approach in interrelation with the sentient beings. In order to achieve a more just, humane, inclusive, and sustainable world, it is of great importance to educate oneself and others about creating an ethical environment in the society. It is explicitly presumed that the society changes when our thoughts and perspective change. Hence, we should pay heed to make critical analysis of mind and mental factors in this regard to embody interconnected human relationships. Practice of mindfulness, compassion, and dialectical philosophical contemplation is essential because they shape our mind and thought. In my opinion, to bring a holistic view in our undertakings, a secular approach which ensures assimilation of all with equity is indispensable. His Holiness the Great Dalai Lama's vision of compassion revolution, universal responsibility and secular ethics motivated by altruistic drive for caring self and others has the unifying commonality in nature. To bring this human element in our social domain, we need a secular stance like the Eightfold Noble Path to go forward. This approach definitely will enable us to advance in sense of universal brotherhood with those having different frames of reference and ensures inherent dignity of each of us while respecting social and cultural uniqueness of every citizen of the world. Those social and cultural constraints are always in place. We constantly strive to understand and address our social and global problems constructively. Conclusion. As a cognizant citizen of the world, we Buddhists have a responsibility to apprehend a non-sectarian, non-discriminatory, all-embracing and inclusive outlook for the global well-being. It is a high time now that we should raise above caste, gender, color, religion-based discrimination. Instead, we must imbibe the secular approach for human growth and flourishing in line with physical and psychological well-being. The scope of systematic devices of Four Noble Truths and Noble Eightfold Path is huge in reaching out to believers and non-believers alike and could be the best practices for everyone to accept willingly and inculcate in daily life without any affiliation of religiosity. One can tread on ethical way of life by inculcating these approaches that pave a way to foster global well-being in multi-religious and multicultural society. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Dr. Tenzin expressed many good ideas. Venerable Dr. Tenzin Nyama has completed doctoral research on critical analysis on relation of body and mind from Buddhist perspective from Faculty of Hetu Institute, Higher Tibetan Studies, Saranath, Varanasi. Thank you, Bhante. A lot of thanks. Now your turn. Have you any questions? Okay.
nge tiwa de lama chodar moche cholai ane tanda de changjo sudu na ne phalang la ge de laba sumu na la dusu sungdu sambala tene tiwa chimbo do kashi na la ane demba yanda changjo yanda de tingin zigi labe na la dugres yang tiwa chimbo do kashi na la demba yanda changjo yanda de ne sherab ge labe na la dugres tene song xia chizanda demba yanda changjo yanda de do kashi na la tingin zigi labe na duwa kashi na la sherab ge labe na la duwa di junzen de kare na xia chi da de dan chapji ta danda de niden de ge phala yan la ko de ngazo tiba chembo shung ne singba na xin lam da dewa me ba nyene gi misi gi sowa dan cha ne yang da ba chi song song ta ti gi phala yan la ge de niden de be lo la la ba sum nang la du su song du sam ba la danda tiba chembo shung nang le xeba na xin gi den de ge dewa yang da chang ju yan la se di ane tingin zen da sherab ge la ba nyigi nang la du su den de song xia ba shung den de yo ba yin na me ba yin na se kan de xue di tu che che
Thank you for the questions. The question relates to whether what specific sutras in general, Mahayana Sutra, has actually stated about whether the mindfulness that are taught in Eightfold Path in relation to three higher trainings are inclusive or exclusive. I suppose the three higher trainings, Shila, Samadhi, and Prajna, are not exclusive anyway. First, we have to depend on study, and then contemplate, and then meditation. Even during the time of study, you have to use mindfulness in listening. If you don't listen, you don't have anything to contemplate. If you don't contemplate, you don't have any realization derived from meditation. So study, contemplation, and meditation are what we call good in the beginning, good in the middle, good in the end. So this indicates that whether or not certain specific sutras has taught exclusively on one subject or not, entire Buddha's teaching is one and only panacea, the medicine that cures all the three afflictions. For the beginner, perhaps, with her understanding of intellectual understanding by hearing the sutras and teachings, one merely have to first comprehend and listen and understand. When we don't listen, we don't understand. Thus I have heard means if you don't have the mindfulness of what you have heard, you could not be mindfulness of what to contemplate, let alone to meditate and gain the realization thereof. While I am not able to give specific sutras where it is said and where not said, I would like to say this panel is perhaps beyond scope of time to delve into such specificities. Thank you very much.
Enenge danda chwade ne gujo tongor muchik de yunaro chi chwai nge de chwada de chojin ne tringi jushi de da jawa yu chojin ne tingong ge de ne tamhye ba jige ne jushi de da ne jawa yus kain sena danda Tiring danda chanjo sodun song yondu Tempa nyehya gomdang jik song yong dos Tempa nyemhya gomdang song yondu Pena lu de Midzawa ze sumju sonyi su Tane gomluk jik song yong doas Tande hyung shazang jikba insa res 대선장 다 류데 메자와 제 숨주 소주수 고미야데 부다 보모니리야 키바 요레 요마리슬라비나 티 키바 메바지 고미용구 요레스 흉가히기 값수 베나 푸메라 푸메기 룰이야 아니 메베 초지 용구 요레스 용구 요레디 디메야 디야 미자와 제 숨주 손이단 데네 송바지레 마도 텔레 학바 가야 송구 요마레스 다 흉나라 푸메기 룰라 미자와 제 숨주 손이단 데네 송야디 내가 조조디 잡아 랍중원 남디 샤반 도야가 치도 디송샤 요레스 된다 송자 도나 루 미자와 제 곰용두 푸루이네다 무루이네다 곰루곤다 찍바레 마레시 휴야 좋아디스 따디네 대다 디 잠조튼 알레티 주나 디도야.
So my question is, of course, related to today's topic, but in somehow it touches the subject that was a topic that was raised yesterday as well. So basically, when we talk about the 37 practices of the enlightenment, there is the practice of the four mindfulness, one of which is the mindfulness of the body. And so when we concentrate on the mindfulness of the body, we also try to see the unsanitary aspect of the body as well. And so we try to see the unsanitary or the unsavory aspect of the body for the male as well as the female. And so in regard to what was some of the topics raised yesterday, there were certainly instances where derogatory terms were used when addressing to females or female practitioners or females in general. And the main reason, one of the main reason was that to abandon attachment for the monastic, the male monastics, the monks, towards the females. So in order to do so, the unsanitary aspects, the derogatory terms of the derogatory terms were used in order to describe some of the unsavory aspects of the female body, which can also be said the male also do possess similar aspect of unsanitary aspects or parts too. So his main question was, in the Pali tradition, so that aspect, that unsanitary or unsavory aspect of the body is similar or is same in both male and female, or is there some differences? Are there any differences?
당에 좋았던 딩에게 주시되다 가는 되시나 단다 부주 낭된라 아니 겔로마디요 말레스 겔로마 메바데 아니 부메게 톱단다 제네 멘로삼베 아니 가산데 가소리 까무송겐지 좋은소스 지단데 부주 낭된 게다 동바줍단 시야 제바이나 겔로마 요 말레스 겔로마 메아데 ene pumela topda madebe keja mares te garchene ene geloma de ene yungu yo mares labe ina geloma dubya ge tunjen de chang yo mares kain sena geloma dubala dumge dala gelom phamani ga gugu yo sonza te tunjen ma chang wangi ane geloma de ane tanda ane dubya ge chajin me so mares jina buju nanden dala geloma guko yo de res tochena
Thank you for the questions. I think it's dragging a bit into a different direction. The primary question about the language, derogatory or factual, about the impurities of the body relates to both genders. That just fact happened to be that all the authors and for those who are written for happen to be masculine. So if we have female authors, they probably have 40 different impurities of male body to be explained, in addition to maybe 32. So I don't think there is any discrimination in the impure nature of the body as between genders. But I tend to think that in Buddhism, while we have walked away from the caste system in India, but we have created a new caste by being between male and female, ordained and not ordained, bhikkhu and bhikkhunis. So therefore we have created other hurdles, as a result of which limitations of language, and if often wrote for monks. When Shantideva talks about the body and its unsavory nature, it's because Shantideva is a male. What if Shantideva was a female? I don't think it will change any contents. So we need to appreciate that, the dominance of masculine authors and masculine readers. But should the authorship and the readership were to tip the balance into feminine, I'm sure that language will be entertained just as well. Regarding the bhikshuni ordination, definitely so. The Theravadan Mahasangha and the Tibetan Buddhist tradition has been more than orthodox and not willing to entertain the possibility of reintroducing the bhikkhuni ordination. There have been numerous researches and dialogues that happen, but in actuality, Tibetan Buddhism has become more orthodox than actually they have been known for. I think His Holiness Dalai Lama has reluctantly said that this is not his role, but he's probably looking at some forums like this that actually can come up with some kind of a resolution that could be submitted to His Holiness for future consideration. So His Holiness really wants us, as members of the World International Sangha members, to come up with a concrete proposal that he may, of course, give more than blessings. So we hope that will happen. Our female practitioners, of course, do have questions. Why Buddhism is lagging behind, even in the 21st century. And we have many female disciples and people just as eager. And their voice should be heard. And not because they are championing for their own voice, but we need to be attributable or relevant to the 21st century. So therefore, this forum is maybe not quite, the topics weren't here in the speeches, but I think it is naturally coming about as something we shouldn't overlook. Thank you very much.
Just to, maybe for one last question, before we end this session, Venerable, who's been waiting. Maybe a short question. Thank you.
Quick question. Thank you very much for the presentation, Jokan from Japan. I would like to ask Venerable Purapana Isara Saku. Thank you for the speech. It was amazing. And I'd like to introduce your techniques to our society. So I'd like to ask you how to start with what is a key point to introduce your techniques to each society. Thank you.
To establish
this, your technique, to introduce your techniques to make a group, this kind of, you made a volunteer group, so the counseling technique is great, so I'd like to introduce it, like make use of it.
I believe that the Buddha established the method already, and we all have this potential. But I think we can help each other to learn and practice together. We also in Thailand, we have a small group of volunteers and try to practice this kind of things together, starting from how to cultivate metta in our mind and how to understand suffering, how to asking questions. We can establish this from small group. And now actually we are helping a Buddhist group in Sweden to start up this group also. We start from doing it online, like small training course, and then maybe next year we can fly there and set up a small training program and start from small group, both lay people and Buddhist monk and nun together to practice this kind of things together. I hope we can do that together.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody's attendance and participation in the conversation. So I would like to end this session by inviting our guest of honor to present the certificate of appreciation to our chair person and our speakers for this session. So I would like to invite our guest of honor, Venerable Khenpo Sonam Bumden, to be the presenter. And first of all, I would like to invite our chairperson, Most Venerable former Senior Professor Khandagoda Vimala Dhammā Mahanayika Thero, to receive the certificate of appreciation for sharing this session for us. Next, I would like to invite Lama Shodak Rinpoche to please receive the certificate of appreciation. And next, I would like to invite Venerable Dr. Ashin Sobita to receive the certificate of appreciation. And next, I would like to invite Venerable Pranot Isra Sakun to receive the letter of appreciation for this session. And last but not least, I would like to invite Venerable Dr. Tenzin Nyingma to receive the letter of appreciation for this session. Thank you to all of our speakers, our chairperson, and our most venerable guests of honor. So I would like to ask everyone to take a picture together to end this session. And for our next session, the topic would be Buddhism and modernity, the intersection of Buddhism and technology. And we would now have a 15 minutes break. And we would come back here at 3 p.m. to join the next session. You can receive your drinks, and the tea is outside, so please take your break right now, and we'll be back here in 15 minutes at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for attending the session. The next session will start at about 3 p.m. And just a reminder, please turn off your mobile phones for the next sessions, and also please be on time. We will start at 3 p.m. for the next session with our delegates and attendees on stage. Again, the next session will start at 3 p.m. and we'll see you back here at the hall.
दुरून काढा जरा काढता येते बाणाम काढा दुरून काढा जरा दुरून काढा एखादा फोटो
बंदे I don't know.
Now he's videoing again. Whenever I
Hello. Hello. Hello.
no, you can't.
Right?
So instead of using
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to ask everyone to please take your seats. We are about to start our last session of the day in a few minutes. Thank you. Here, that's fine. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to start our last session of the day. I think it's very nice that we all get together and starting to become familiar with one another. Actually, all of our speakers were just casually on stage already, but I would like to introduce them officially. So this last session, the topic of the last session is actually Buddhism and modernity, the intersection of Buddhism and technology. And for this session, we're going to have our chairperson, which I would like to invite up on stage at the moment. Our chairperson for this session is Reverend Endo Ryokyu from Japan. So I would like to invite our chairperson on the stage. Oh, that side. He is the chief priest of Wada Temple in Japan and founder of Tao Shiatsu. And he's also a musician. And the music that we've been listening to throughout the whole conference is actually his composition that we're listening to. And next, I would like to invite one of our speakers, Venerable Dhammā. He is the Chief of Association Buddhist Tour Operator Region in Indonesia, or ABTO. Next, I would like to invite Venerable Geshe Tapkye, the Director of Modern Education of Serajay Monastery from Karnataka. Next, I would like to invite Venerable Patipon Sivarom, Head of Innovation in Dhamma Media at Wat Yanavet Sakawan, Thailand, with his co-author, Dr. Daruni Ratanawong Samatakun, who is also joining us for this session. Next, I would like to invite Venerable Jahong, the pursuing PhD on Buddhism Studies from Dangkok University from South Korea. So now I would like to give the floor to Reverend Endo Ryokyu to take the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm so happy and I'm glad to introduce our session of the modernity of the Buddhism, because we are diversity. Each one are different from the different countries. Thailand, Indonesia, Tibet, India, and Korea, and I'm from Japan. And each one of person are very unique and impressive, distinguished. I was so impressed by talking with them. And only with 1 hour of having a little chatting, we become very good unity, very good friends. I felt like, oh, this is my Sangha, our Sangha. And this can be also model of to reminding ourselves, we are all Sangha as a student of Shakyamuni Buddha. So I'm so happy to present the first speaker, Venerable Dhammā. What impressed me the most about his history, he was a consulting CEO, and he was making 1 hour $150 per hour, but he wanted to have a peace. So he quit his job and he became a priest. And because of I think you understand the situation of Indonesia, the Muslim country, and not so friendly to the Buddhists. And there are 500 priests and with 5,000 temples. Even though there is a Borobudur, very big heritage of Buddhism. This is the situation. And because of the many islands exist in Indonesia, difficult for people to come to listen to Dharma talk. So he started as a pioneer. He started remote Dharma talk. And he's giving every day 90 minutes Dharma talk. He's the hope of the Indonesian Buddhism. Please start. Venerable Dhammā.
Just briefly, I do apologize. It's my fault that I missed one very important part of our session, which is to invite our guest of honor onto the stage. I would like to humbly invite Most Venerable Atankane Sasana Ratana Thero from Sri Lanka to be our guest of honor on the stage as well. Thank you. You come afterwards. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Namo Buddhaya. For the all respected Mahasangha in here and all the lay devotees. I'm Bhikkhu Dhammawudo from Indonesia. I would like give the teach about the Buddhism and technology, yeah, for the Indonesian because we know the Indonesian. In the next slide, we have a big country. So if we want go to teachings to another place, we need about 3 hours, have also 6 hours flight between Jakarta to Jayapura. So this is many far, many kilometers for get engaged with our people. That's why in the technology, we believe that we can easy way to reach our devotees. In Indonesia, we have more than 5,000 temples. And then for the monks, we only have 500. Yeah, for the monks, we only have the 500. These 500 include all the Rinpoche, all Lama, Bhikshu, Bhikshuni, and Thai Dhammaduta from Thailand. So this is origin Indonesian monks, not more than 360. So we need maybe all the Sangha in here come to Indonesia for give the teachings, but using the technology, And then Buddhist population in Indonesia, we only about 2 million people, not many, We have 6 Sangha organization and then 2 Buddhist organization, the biggest in Indonesia, like the Walubi and Permabudi. So this is all the Indonesian religions. And now, what the advantage of the technology? Buddha said in the Sutta, Sabe Sankara Anicca, everything is impermanent. So we must also develop new models for give the teachings to the Buddhist people. Otherwise, the young generation, they are lazy, is only looking, only come to temple and learn the Dhamma based on the old tradition. So in Indonesia, the young generation thinking about, oh, you still Buddhist, oh, you are in the Orthodox style, old style, because the teachings we delivered in the old style. So in the technology, we have more modern, so we can get the new generation for come to temples and learn the Dhamma. This is the advantage and disadvantage of the technology. This advantage, the first is we can easy to reach a global. In example, when the Tipitaka chanting on 2022, is Wang Moi in here with us. We take the YouTube and we broadcast the link to all the peoples. The link, also the sutta. What the sutta we pray in the Bodhgaya and we send together. So our people can join in the home. They also can see the Bodhi tree and they can also reading because they have the text also. So this is, we can get the globals. Yeah. Also, when the COVID time, I started the streaming online in Indonesia, and I get many people. They come from Singapore, Malaysia, America, also in Australia, not only in Indonesia. Yeah, when I go after COVID, I go to any place in Indonesia, the people come and they see, oh, you in YouTube. I see in YouTube, yeah, and they come to temples. So this time is we can reach the global audience. So this is the advantage. And then, as you know, in Indonesia, we as the biggest Muslim majority, yeah, not Muslim country, but biggest population of the Muslim. And then for the making the temples is quite difficult, yeah, because we have the one regulation, they need 90 people's signature for making the temples, and 60 peoples must be in another religion. If the neighbor not give the signature, means we cannot making any church, temples, or pura for the Hindu. Yeah, so this is more quite difficult. So with the technology, easy to us. Yeah, we no need making the permission. We only send the link, and the people can join, learn with us. So this is the advantage of the technology. Another advantage is we must strengthen our community. Yeah, we see in the globals, many of the hoax, yeah, negativity, everything is blow up. Only the negativity is blow up. But the positive, peaceful harmony, why we not glow, we not share? Yeah. Example in the this year, yeah, when we see the short from the His Holiness, then many blow up. But why we not blow up the kindness, compassion, and harmony from His Holiness like this? So we must strengthen the community also. And then the last is the efficiency, cost and time. Example, if I using the airplane, I go to Jakarta to Papua, it needs maybe $500 for the one-way flight. Yeah, only for give the teachings. But if I using the internet, maybe we only using $5 for the quota, the internet quota. Yeah, so this is more efficiency, cost and time, and we no need thinking who will pay our electricity, who will painting our building, who will giving this, because why? We no need. We only need the small rooms. Then we can teaching, we can asking them to puja and everything. So this is efficiency, cost and time. And we have the disadvantage. The first is digital distraction. Yeah, we know when teachings performs, we must learn with the good condition. Yeah, sometimes or many times, if they using YouTube, maybe they sleep. Yeah, maybe when they cooking also, they using the YouTube. Yeah, this is the digital distraction. Yeah. So before we perform the puja, we already asking them, you must dress properly. Yeah. Before breakfast or dinner, something, we already have the schedule. And then we tell to them how to do. Then the isolation is important because the people will making them lazy to go to temples because they enjoy online. No need go to temples. Yeah, this is also have the disadvantage. Nowadays we see in Indonesia after COVID, many people, they lazy to come to temples because, oh, I can in my home, yeah, I can pray at my home. So they lazy to come to temple after this COVID. Then the important things, this scriptural misunderstanding. So this is must be given by, I think, the big master who get the good education, yeah, like Geshe or Kempo, who can give the teachings well, yeah, because for us in Indonesia, we are the young Buddhist generation. We only 50 years since the Borobudur era, so we need more teachings from the Geshe, Kempo, Rinpoche, yeah, from the Mahatera. So after this, maybe if we will making the Zoom or teachings, maybe I will invite you later, but only from Zoom, not come to Indonesia. Okay, then this is the example what I do when the COVID time until now. We next the slide. So this is we do, yeah. So if like this, only 1, 2, 3 people comes to temples, then they can operate. Then the teachings can be done. Okay, next slide. Like this also, we can using the technology. In my behind is only the green screen, and we can change to another picture. Next slide. This is we do for the funeral also. Yeah, who sick when the COVID time, we also service by the Zoom or online activity. Okay, maybe this is the last slide. So this is the last slide. This is not in the technology, but I will promote the tolerance in Indonesia. They are the Muslims, but they give the arm balls every day. Yeah, not only this picture, every day until now, they still give us food every day. So this is the Indonesia harmony and tolerance. So I hope all us in here, we bring the tolerance and harmony to our country after we come back from here. Next slide. Okay, next slide. So this is my card. If Rinpoche, Kempo, Geshe-la want come to Indonesia, you can visit us. We have temples nearby Borobudur and Muara Jambi, a place the Sherlingpa teach the Atisa in the Indonesia. Thank you so much for your attention. Sabe sata, bawantu sukitata.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih, Venerable Dhammā Buddha. I think we are facing this is the universal Buddhist universal issue we are facing. How to pass the heritage of Buddha to the next generation. And speaker, Venerable Dhammā Buddha's, what he talked is giving us a big hint what we should go to next step of the modernity of Buddhism. So thank you very much. So, Venerable Dhammā Buddha. Next speaker is Geshe Tabuke. He is, what remarkable aspect is, he is a scientist. I was very surprised that there is scientist and Buddhist monk in one person. He studied science in Chicago University in Chicago for 3 years, and even more, he studied about interbrain. So all those kind of things is what His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, is talking. The Buddhism have to be science, philosophy, and religion. And he's taking one big aspect of teaching of His Holiness. Please start. 제6부.
Thank you.
Please. Please go with modernity.
동년님 지송 누죽벨람 세제선제 강진 된정거 차나베모 딘진 장술라 소원depu수 시던론줍쇼. Most respected venerables and their Mahasangha gurus, their Dharma brothers and sisters. I'm very honored and to be very privileged to be part of this wonderful international Sangha perform first time, and also very holy place. So I would like to my best for thank for the organizers to invite me to be here. As you see, my topic today is the Buddhism as a science, philosophy, and religions. As I expected, most of presenters already cover Buddhism as philosophy and religions. I will focus more Buddhism as a science. And the next, please. And the reason people are discussing about Buddhism as a religion or philosophy or science of mind. And to be answered that, here's the outline my talk next. So I will briefly mention about the Buddhism has three categories in terms of content of the texts. And the second part of the Buddhism is a science based on following examples. Next. To be answer of the discussions, and His Holiness very clarify in Buddhism since very vastly and everything in there, and roughly categorized in three categories of Buddhist text content. For example, Buddhist science, example, theory of mind and the mental factor and the meditation. Buddhist philosophy is theory of dependent origination and selflessness, impermanent soul. And Buddhist religion, a law of karma and reincarnation and deity for personal practice and blessings. And under His Holiness guidance, a great group of scholars compile classical Buddhist texts into modern reader, a 4 volumes series of Buddhist science that call Science and Philosophy in Indian Buddhist Classics. I would like to recommend it, especially second volume, because that's really focusing on the science of mind. And many people think and science and spiritualism are mutually exclusive. Next, here's His Holiness' view about science and Buddhism. I will quote, not so long ago, many people view science as objective knowledge and the subjective understanding of the inner science as mutually exclusive. But a combination of those two can provide the complete condition for the obtaining real human happiness. So he is referring inner science as Buddhism. So I will focus on the 4 different is Buddhism as a science. First, about method. And Buddhism and the science, both of them parallelly seeking understanding truth of nature of reality, but the later different ways of understanding. In terms of Buddhism, more focus, first persons investigating to embracing using analytical meditation and single point of meditation. While science is more like third person's investigation using instrument and technologies. Next, although both of them is different, little bit different method, but fundamental to share question authority and rely upon experiment. The empirical approach is fundamental aspect of scientific methodology, as a Buddhist does. Buddhists are trained to be skeptical and to be only accepted a proposition after examining evidence. The following Buddhist word are attitude to the Buddha, as already many presenters quoted. My second thing, Buddhism is a science. Buddhism is an evolutionary science. As we look at the history of science, and especially in the West country, and science has many conflicts with the religions. But when it comes to Buddhism, maybe different story because of the following reasons. Next, sorry. No creator God in Buddhism, as we already know. Buddhism is the emphasis, it's on the law of causality, dependent origination, and the impermanence of all things. In this sense, Buddhism doesn't inherently conflict with the idea of evolution, which is scientific explanation of the diversity of life based on the natural process over time. The second, Buddhism indeed addresses to the evolution of the mind, although its approach is listed as distinct from the biological evolution by Charles Darwin. If you look at the right side, sorry, keep that. Okay. If you look at the right side, the People's Survey has done in the US. If you look at the graph, among the religions, Buddhism is the highest. People who accept and theory of evolution is true. Third, my point, Buddhism is a science. Buddhism is a modern physics. Next, please. If you look at all these great books, they have a lot of discussion between Buddhism and scientific perspective, especially in physics, modern physics, like Einstein's relativity and quantum mechanics. Next, I will focus some of them in the highlighted that's in those books in discussions. One of them is the theory of impermanence as a theory of entropy. The entropy is the essence of the second law of thermodynamics, which really says about related to the tendency of physical system to move toward the great disorder. So basically, order to be more disorder, which seems to me is nature of impermanence. Another thing is, third, in cosmology era, they call the expansion universe, which is a small to large, which is a really constantly changing universe. And this is the core concept of the Big Bang theory. It seems to me that also nature of impermanence. Another example is the Nagarjuna's great version of the emptiness versus and quantum entanglement. And one says, I'll quote Nagarjuna says, since there is nothing whatever that is not dependently existent, so means everything is interdependent. So on the other hand, there's a subatomic level or quantum level called quantum entanglement. What essentially says there's two particles entangled no matter how distant and the millions miles away each other, but there's something happen to the particle A immediately to affect to the particle B. Even light cannot travel instantaneously, which means there's deeply interconnected and two particles. And another thing is this emptiness as a quantum physics. And I will quote to His Holiness, if on the quantum level matter is revealed to be less solid and dependable, then it seems to me that the science is coming closer to Buddhist contemplation. I'll tell to be less solid, which means there's an idea in quantum mechanics called the center mystery or measurement problem. I will simplify it. We can see the two figures if you have a certain sort of electron or particle or single particle to send through the double slit, and you can see to the behind screen, when you didn't measure, it will show completely looks like spirit everywhere as a vibe nature. But when you detect the particle, which path it is taken, then it will completely disappear to the web nature behind the screen. Obviously, it's very simplified, what essentially says, when you tend to observe, it ceases to, okay. So basically says observer effect on the, which really means there's no objectively real existence. So the most striking point Buddhism come across as a science is the, as we all know, in the neuroscience. And the next, because of there's numerical scientific experiment done to how mind affect to the brain using EEG and MRI. Next, as a result, the brain activity experienced meditator show dramatic increase in the gamma wave during the compassion meditation, which means there's a very, very high frequency wave which represent of the necessity of highly attention and concentration. So this is the example. Next. So here's the, we see there's a research, scientific research article dramatically increasing. If we look at the one side of the year, since 2000 to 2021, how many articles to increase in over time, and compassion and empathy also. So I would like to say contemplative neuroscience is Buddhism or Dharma, because it's separating mindfulness meditation and the compassion meditation. So there's growing evidence to show the meditation practice has positive effect on the person's cognitive level, emotional level, and the behavioral level, and the health functioning. And next, will that reasons revolution of mindfulness meditation happening everywhere, even covered to the great medias and the kindergarten to the police station. Next. So, as I mentioned, Buddhism is so vast, not only mindfulness meditation, there's many other exciting research and going on, like emptiness, research on the emptiness meditation, research on the Tukdam state. I would like to just briefly mention what the Tukdam it is. Tukdam, which is a rare phenomenon observed in advanced meditator in which their bodies remain in a fresh, decomposite state, their clinical death for to several weeks, even months ago. This is a belief by Tibetan to be indicate of the continuing state of meditation called twilight meditation of death. And okay, yeah. The why we need all this science research or scientific study, because exactly bring compassion into education or circular education in the public school. That's why we can change to the next generation. I will quote His Holiness says, I have always felt that if the science could show such a practice, compassion, loving kindness, and attention to be both possible and beneficial, they could even be promoted through mainstream education. So that the way Dharma will last long for the benefit of scientists being. And this is called for the new kind of circular ethics curriculum in mainstream education has been taken up. And there's a completely curriculum based on the His Holiness version called C-Learning, Social Emotion and Ethical Learning. It is now being taught in thousands of schools across the world. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tochiche Geshe Tabuke. In general, people think science and religion is opposite concept because of the history of the Christianity oppressed religion for many years. However, why did science has started? It's because the beginning of the science motivation was to find out what the world, what the nature is created by God. So to find out the principle of the God, the science was started. Even though, as a result, in history, Christianity oppressed science. But now, in the modern age, now, as His Holiness says, science is also oneness with Buddhism. And Geshe Tabuke will take a very important part that he will support this part to make the Buddhism a more perspective. So thank you very much. Next person is from Venerable Patipol. It's very interesting. It's because he is going to present the game, how the gamification, how the game can make people aware of understanding about the Buddhism. So all his activities, he's also a psychologist and supporting people's mentality in hospital. At the same time, he's trying to make people's life more valuable through the Buddhism, but through the game. Please start our present speech.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Bored, lazy, moody. This is the mental state of a student listening to such a thick Dhamma book like this. Especially nowadays, where our students have their cell phones stuck together all the time, making them ready to turn away from the teacher and forget on entertainment, in what only want to be interested. This is a big challenging for organize the learning process to make study feel positively, demonstrating a desire to learn and undertake the studies, not just coming into the classroom and listening to the teacher to go in one ear and out the other. For the lesson, the monk teaching team has begun to transform this Dhamma book to easy to understand, transform these textbooks into life through the game process. With the pressure of relaxing from playing this game itself, the student learns unconsciously. The main focus is that those games must lead to internal awareness and experience. The condition of learning and growth is not just entertaining or just the Dhamma work to stick with the game. It brings players to a deep understanding in Dhamma and get the deep experiences. Since 2019, the Faculty of Dhamma Media Innovation Watyanawe Sakawan has created card game and board game that focus two levels of development, that is individual and social levels. Today I will talk briefly 3 games. That is the first game of life. Second is game lifeline. And the last one is game bull battle. Let's start with game of life, which has some similarities with the Monopoly board game. The goal of this game is not only to help the players develop skill for smart financial decision making, but also to engage players to question and find out the answer about one's own life. This game of life simulates a person's life between the age of 20 to 80. Starting the game, assume that the player is 20 years old and has just completed a bachelor's degree, inviting the player to set goals and accumulate happiness in the way he needs three aspects. A is asset availability score, B is beloved score, and C is career credit score. When you start the game, everyone has a chance to choose what to do. When you do it, you can get C score to accumulate it and get money from your work and spend it for this asset to get A score. Or take money to take care of the people around you and then B score. In addition, players can invest or save money by buying real estate, debt, substance funds, life insurance, and so on. But by living in this complex society, it's not easy to accumulate happiness as you want. If you're a player, will you survive or be fatigued when faced with unexpected problems and obstacles? How can you break through this problem limitation? When the game is ending, the player will experience the simulated life situation by themselves. Make players about their question about life, goal, path, and ask for prepare their own life. When the students realize how important for their life and want to find out the answer by themselves, they will have a passion for learn and meet the value of life. Instead of wasting time with disturbing things in the phone. Next game is Lifeline. Do you believe we can guide and encourage students or players to develop one's life without teaching words, but playing game? In this game, Lifeline, we are studying out the time period from the universities until start their career to simulate situation with different options for player to choose. Choosing activities, selecting disciplines, making decisions for their job, etc. Players are given different results depending on the result of their choice in one period situation. So, players decide based on their professional knowledge and life skill and get different results. For example, doctors who have wrong diagnosis are punished. Engineers who design for dam projects are approached by affected people in the community. This game shows a variety of the result and consequence of the action. When the game ends, at a reflection process, some players find that in similar situations, they have different choices from other players. Some have a lot of choices, while some hardly have any choice at all. That is the result of decision in the past. It makes player answer of importance of self-development in order to be prepared to make the best decision in each situation of life. Taking into account the consequence that will follow both on themselves and people, which holistically and carefully. Nevertheless, choosing what to eat, how to spend this evening free time, choose to give priority to each activity in life. That is the crucial point of the principle which is an important in Buddhism. And the last game of this presentation is Bull Battle. This game designed from real world situation when people having good intention come living together but unintentionally conflict each other. Bull Battle is a board game where 5 to 6 players move their game pieces along the board spaces to reach the goal located at the top row. It is like the snake and ladder game, but the movement conditions are not solely based on rolling dice in order to move the pieces up or down. This compared to real life situation where external factors determine whether we have the cooperation to do good or bad. If a player pissed up on a white space, that means an opportunity to do good. If other color, that means an opportunity to do bad. The condition for move up a row is depending on their good mind. In this game, showing by proportion kusala card and akusala card. If score of kusala card more than akusala card, they can moving up. Otherwise, until one or several players in the group begin to observe that obstacle preventing players from moving towards the game's goal. They become aware that the goal of advancing to the top line does not equate to competing against each other. When players face challenges together, attempting to compete individually to reach their goal becomes difficult. However, cooperating and sharing resources symbolized by scorecard make it easier for each player to achieve their individual goals. Moreover, players realize that achieving such a state begins with understanding what each member has and lacks. The act of helping each other, not merely giving what one has or just wanting to give, but offering what is beneficial to the recipient is crucial. This is done with genuine understanding and love. The 3 example games in this presentation is shown for 20 games that were developed in 2019 to 2023. We have used game process in conjunction with the group reflection after endgame. It is a shift in the learning process from listening to instruction from experienced people to experiencing. situations through simulated situation, which has a positive effect on learning to understand life and society in depth, because it gives students as player and in-depth interest. There are questions and want to find answer and way out of those situations. Dhammā appear through practical action and seeing results with themselves. And the last slide, the happiness and my enthusiasm for learning come from playing game as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Venerable Patiporo. Put mic up. Usually people are not aware of relationship between spirituality and the game. However, original game of chess were invented in India by the Buddhist priest. Try to stop the war. He dedicated the game called Chaturanga, original game of chess, to the king who used to like to make a war. This is only one example, but also many other examples how the spirituality is connected with the game. There are also similar cases in Japan to make peace. The game was spread by the shogun. Also, the card or checkers, those come from the Christianity or tarot. Anyway, thank you very much that we can think about how we can make again new kind of spirituality game and to spread the world and spread the Buddhism through the game. Thank you again. Next, I'm also proud of introduced to present Venerable Tao Hong from Korea. He started his preach as a military chaplain. However, what impressed me was his story. He quit school in the age 15 because he wanted to study Tibetan Buddhism and went to Dharamsala and studied 3 years.
Yeah,
Sorry.
4 years.
Anyway, yeah, 3 years. In the age 15. And after that, he even studied in the United States. Well, and his, anyway, please, I would like to leave up to Venerable Tao Hong about what he talked, because he's a remarkable cartoon artist, and he's trying to spread the Dharma for this new generation through the cartoon and also new digital system. So I'm very much looking forward what he's going to talk about, what his activities. Please start.
Okay. Thank you for introduction. Okay. Hello, 안녕하세요. I am Ja Hong from South Korea, and it's my great honor to talk in front of this Mahasangha from all over the world. Okay, now I will start my topic. My title of the presentation is The Use of Modern Technology and Media in Disseminating Buddhist Teachings and Practices. Please next, yeah. First, I should introduce myself. My name is Ja Hong, and I am in Jogye Order of Korean Buddhism. And also, I'm now in the course of a PhD of Donggu University. Also, I did my duty as a Buddhist chaplain in Korean Navy, 2017 to 2020. Also, I introduced as a Buddhist cartoonist now. It's very embarrassing. Okay, next. Okay. First topic is the reality of youth Buddhism in Korea and the importance of youth media-based propagation. I should share my experience as a Navy chaplain. As I said, I was commissioned as a naval Buddhist chaplain in 2017 until my discharge in July 2020. And when I first held a Buddhist ceremony in the military temple, I asked the young Marine soldiers, did you know Buddha was originally a prince? Yeah, he was originally a prince. But everyone answered to me, we didn't know that. It's very surprising for me. After talking with hundreds of soldiers over 3 years in my duty, I realized that unlike the older generation in Korea, Buddhism was unfamiliar to those young soldiers in their early 20s in Korea. Although Korea is a traditional Buddhist country, but there's that situation. Next. And in 2020, in my duty, you know that there was a COVID-19 pandemic. So it led to the indefinite suspension of all religious activities in the military camp. So the Joge Order of Korean Buddhism Special Military District recommended all the Buddhist military chaplains to actively use media content to adapt to these changes. So I also started recording and editing Dharma talk videos to provide to the soldiers so that the results, go back. So those are my results. Okay, next. According to some report, only 22% of Korea in their 20s, only the 22% of Korea in their 20s are religious people. And this shows a clear decline in religious belief among younger generations. So in the face of this serious and urgent situation, the Korean Buddhist community has begun to focus on creating media content for young youth propagation. Okay, next. And according to a September 2022 survey, South Korea has 41 million YouTube users, which is 81% of the population. And on average, each person uses the YouTube app for about 32.9 hours a month. And go back please, yeah. And in a 2021 survey, South Korea's social media SNS usage rate was recorded at 89%, double the global average. And according to a July 2023 survey, Instagram's user base significantly increased, especially among the youth. So now in Korea, YouTube and Instagram is the most favorite social media platform in the youth generation. So what? We should use Instagram and YouTube to propagate the Dharma to the youth of Korean. Go next. Okay. So the next title is Development of Buddhist Content Using VR and the Metaverse. First of all, I should explain the meaning of the term metaverse. Go next. A metaverse means a virtual spaces where social and economic activities similar to the real world are possible. Since 2020, due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the increase in online non-face-to-face community activities, the role of the metaverse, previously mostly limited to entertainment or areas like online gaming, has started to gain attention as a potential alternative reality capable of functioning beyond just entertainment. So, go next, please. So I should give a notable example of depicting Buddhist temples in metaverse area. There was a 3D virtual space in the online game Overwatch. It is the game released in 2016, and it was very popular worldwide. The game Overwatch introduced the map themed around Busan. Busan is the Korea's second largest city in 2018. And also the Busan map of Overwatch shows the famous tourist site Haedong Yeonggungsa Temple. So that's the screenshot of the game. Okay, next, please. And 2021, Bowansa Temple in Seosan, Chungcheongnam-do, held the 11th Nepal Gyasan Mountain Temple Art Festival. During the event, they launched the Bowansa Virtual Reality Project, which involved restoring Bowansa in a virtual space using the popular video game Minecraft. Minecraft is a sandbox game using various blocks to make everything. The Bowansa Virtual Reality Project was aimed at youth participants and concluded successfully with 34 teams from across the country participating. Next, please. And from August 12th to 13th, 2021, Woljeongsa Temple hosted the World Youth Meditation Week online. During this event, Woljeongsa's newly developed metaverse-based meditation platform was demonstrated. It operates by wearing an HMD, head-mount display, a VR headset, and following simple meditation movements guided by VR visuals and audio instructions. Next, please. Yeah, that's their demonstration of Woljeongsa. Next, please. Okay, next, please. Okay, and the Paramita Youth Association, a Korean Buddhist organization for teenagers, continued its online national camp in 2022 following its 2021 initiation. They used Naver, the Korean media platform, Naver's online metaverse platform, Zepeto, to create a virtual Paramita temple. This virtual temple emulates the style of traditional temples and includes areas for OX quizzes and a virtual stage for music festival. Next, please. Okay, next, please. Okay, now the third title, Developing Buddhist Content in YouTube and Instagram. Yeah, next, please. Okay. In July 2022, the Joge Order of Korean Buddhism collaborated with popular Lego YouTuber Guppy to create a Lego stop-motion animation depicting the life of Buddha. The video, titled The Life of Buddha Lego stop-motion, is 6 minutes and 12 seconds long and was produced by Lego YouTube creator Guppy. Please next. Yeah. This is the Lego stop-motion. Can you play the sound? I did check the sound twice, but no problem. Okay. Okay. Yeah. This stop motion animation made by only Legos, not by computer graphic. Yeah. You see, it depicts the birth of our Lord Buddha. Okay. Hey. Now our prince. You know well about the story, the birth of Buddha. Okay. Okay. 2 minutes. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Please stop here. Okay. I have only 2 minutes left now. But I prepared many videos to show. Okay, next please. Okay. Jogye Order of Korean Buddhism has been continuing its Buddhist creator support project every year since electing the first group of Buddhist creators in September 20. And also, I am the second generation Buddhist creator selected by Jogye Order. Please, next. Next. Yeah. So as a second generation Buddhist creator, I'm doing my activity as a Buddhist cartoonist. So my account is on Instagram, so you can search me. Yeah. My name is too small. It's Sim _ and Buddha. Okay, you can search me. Okay, next please. And this is my Dharma brother Haejang, Venerable Haejang. He is a very smart 3D graphic artist, and he created many 3D animations about Buddhism. So we have not much time, so I can show only one video of him. Please show next slide. Okay, next. No sound. Oh. Do you know about that? Okay, next. Okay, next. This animation is about a story of one Korean temple's foundation, the legend story. My Dharma brother, Venerable Haejang, made this 3D animation alone. So it's so sad that I have no enough time to show this full video. This is a story about how one old man get a Buddha statue from the deep in the sea and how to build a temple. Okay, please stop. Yeah. Okay, and next. And this is the video, 3D animation for our Jogye Order's one campaign to unlight one Buddha statue. Okay. In Gyeongju Namsang, in Korean South area, there is a fallen Buddha statue. So our Jogye Order has a project to unlight the statue. So this is for the advertisement for that project. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. So now we should finish here. So there are many Buddhist creators in our Korean Buddhism yeah, okay, so I should finish here now. Okay, thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Venerable Tahong. Yes, metaverse, virtual reality, AI. This is what all human beings this time era have to face to it. And what is interesting is the word of the Lotus Sutra, not Lotus, sorry, Flower Sutra. One include all include one, and each one include each other. This is the word of the metaverse. For example, here, now 24 countries, I heard, broadcasting. Now also 24 countries, places, we can reflect here to see how it's going too. Each one of the places can show each other. So people subconsciously, this can be subconsciously penetrate the philosophy of Buddhism. That's what I think. So what Venerable Tahong is doing is very important to read our Sangha and the human being. Thank you very much. 감사합니다. I think it's my turn. Please allow me to speak in here. No, not the chair. I'm standing. Chair is over there, please, for the demonstration. Oh, my dear. Nobody is going to introduce about me, so I'm just saying I'm from Japan, Ryokyu Endo from Japan. I'm very honored to talk here. The biggest pleasure, yes, biggest pleasure in my life is to be touched by the people's heart of giving. The greatest motivation in my life is to meet and cooperate with people whose purpose in life is to give something good for the other people and change the world. When I was a teenager, I was suffering so much in my life. I dropped out from the school and was self-destructive. I was hurting myself, even physically, and even taking drugs. I don't know how I survived. At the age of 18, I happened to start Buddhist practice. My suffering heart gradually began to heal. 3 years later, I was touched by the great love of Amitabha Buddha, the great spirit of the universe. The experience of it changed my spirit, my body, and my life. My whole experience of receiving unification by the great love of Amitabha Buddha with others. I always wish that people suffering in life will be healed, as well as their heart of giving will be awakened. I became a monk in order to share the practice and the way to receive unification and live with great love of Amitabha Buddha. What I have been practicing and wanting to share with was visualization of Buddha, chanting mantra, and prayers for all beings. And I have been looking for the best way to motivate people to practice. Finally, unfortunately, with unexpected luck, I was able to discover to let people realize the importance of those practices, not by words, but with their own body and heart. I found that the key prana principle. I found that there are several principles to give people the opportunity to experience different aspects of the universe. The key to open the door is energy, prana, or what we call ki in Japanese. Well, I will just call it ki prana principle for now. And the first stage is quite simple. However, even with the most simple ki prana principle, people can experience how the heart, mind, and body are unified. How Buddhist practice can make their body and energy stronger. In addition, if your energy becomes stronger, you will become healthier and more powerful in life. Since 1992, I have published 8 books in 6 languages and have been teaching in over 12 countries around the world. These books are based on key prana principles for the healing method called Tao Shiatsu and Buddhist practice. Today, I am honored to present some demonstration of the first stage of the key prana principle, which is a way to let people realize how Buddhist practice can change their life. Well, I would like to show you what the first step would be like. It is easy. Demonstration 1, how image affects one's ki prana. I wish people realize the importance of visualizing Buddha. As a first step for this, I let people experience how image controls their body. He's going to touch his head with his own hand. Nothing in his mind, just touching. So it's easy to put his hand off from his head. Just nothing. Now, he visualizes his hand is glued to his head, as if it's bonded with glue. Now, never possible. Oh, yeah. You might not believe it, so I asked Geshe Tabuke to come here. ちょっと変わります。Mic from the stand? Eh? Oh, yeah. Tochiche, thank you very much. Okay, please. And put your hand on the head. Nothing, no thinking anything. Now visualize. It's glued by bonded. Okay? Imagine, visualize. Yes? Please. Okay. Actually, thank you. There's more. One more. Okay? So what about visualizing Buddha in his heart and mind after this? Now he visualizes Buddha. Visualize? Visualize? Yes, Buddha. Now he visualizes. Oh, more stronger. Thank you. Thank you for warm clap. Please, you can try later, please, okay? These are not special cases. 99% people can experience this easily. Now, let's see another example of the effect of imagination and visualization. How words affect one's key prana. The meaning of present speech, Piya Bacha, is to say positive words to other people. Then let's see the difference of the reaction of the body by saying positive or negative words. So when he says positive words, for example, I love it, after this, his energy becomes strong. Say,
I love it.
Oh. But, so the other person cannot move his body. So, what about when he says negative words like, I hate it?
I hate it.
Oh, sorry. It's so different. Well, but what I want to say is another thing. From my experience, if you want to share the Dharma with others, you need to automatically treat them as if he or she is an important being or existence and say positive words to them. Because to let others receive the teachings, it is necessary that they subconsciously realize that they are one child of Buddha. And that realization comes directly from how you look at them and treat them. Even just by listening to the words, you are nothing. Or you are the most important child of Buddha. The energy will react differently and change the strength of the body. So, son, sit there. You are nothing. Oh, sorry. It's not good to treat other people like this. So, you are the most important child of Buddha. Most important. Oh. The body becomes healthier and more powerful by how you treat other people. It's also for yourself. You become healthier and powerful. So, once people experience those, so let them experience how the energy changes by listening to the words of a mantra. Another person, please. Can you? Yes. So please say your mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, or yeah. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. His body became too strong. His body became so powerful now. The mantra power. Okay. The mantra is too effective. Okay, next. Demonstration 3. The way you walk. Yes. Well, the way you walk symbolizes the future. Yeah, not yet, please. Wait, okay? I do hope that all people in the world will be responsible to happiness of each other, or at least live with positive wishes for others, each other. And I have found that we can let people realize how positive wishes for others can create a better future. The way you walk symbolizes the future. So let us see how walking changes by what wishes and prayers one has in their heart and mind. Okay, please. Now, no dangerous, okay? He has no special intention in his mind. He tries to walk, so try to walk. No, so he can, the other person can stop him easily. Now, relax your hand, please. You can relax. He walks with wishes, prayers, and strong determination to give good future for all. Good future for all. Oh, nobody can stop him. This symbolizes he can create a great future. We say to people who attend our workshops, prayer for all beings changes your future because key prana is the basis of all phenomena. So let us chant the mantra while visualizing Buddha and keep praying for all beings. And let us create a good future for ourselves and the world. Thank you very much. Still there. Now, please allow me to introduce the flame which has been activated with a wish to create a symbol of unification of all humanity based on the heart of giving. This flame was blessed by His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, last year in Bodhigaya during his Dharma talk. This flame includes the prayers and wishes of over 165,000 people for a bright future of the world beyond religion. The prayer of Pope Francis in Vatican are also included in this flame. The reason why we started this movement is because of the wish to transform the negative past to the positive future of a human being. This flame has been unified with 15 of the most historical and sacred flames of the world, including Hiroshima atomic bomb. All those flames are included in one flame. This is called the flame of hope. By devoting myself to this movement, I have found that prayer for others not only makes the energy of people stronger, but also makes the flame itself stronger and more powerful. Interestingly, as long as this flame is in his heart, please, in his heart, this way. Okay. He is strong and powerful. Just visualize flame of hope. It changes the energy of flame of hope changes, please. Thank you so much. Bye. Now they're leaving. I believe that the flame of hope even has the power to realize the wishes of of the people. In the end, now in closing, I would like to talk about something that is a very important matter for all of us. As I said, prayer for others are necessary for anyone's life to create a good future. And as a Buddhist practitioner, I believe that conclude. Shall I finish or continue? But this is the important part most. Okay. Okay. As a Buddhist practitioner, I believe that the positive wishes for others have to be a part of one's subconsciousness as a result of the practice. If that happens, one will have no other option but to start to take action in order to relieve people from their suffering and give them happiness. In the first place, we can simply say that non-duality, no self and others, is the foundation of Buddhism. Deep inside of ourselves, we share one heart. Therefore, other suffering is reflected in the bottom of my heart and your heart. Others' problems are mine and your problems. And one who is awakened to the state of the heart of no self and others never forget about the people who are suffering from the oppression and is happy to take any action to help us own mission. I believe we Buddhist monks are supposed to be examples of the non-duality way of living and who are happy to take any risk for the freedom and happiness of others. Therefore, I beg all of you here to stand up and speak out against the intervention by the Chinese Communist Party in Tibetan Buddhism. We believe any action you take for others who are suffering, any effort to change the situation of people who are under oppression will help transform this suffering world to closer to Pure Land. This is the mission of all of us who are born as a human being in this time era of the world. I humbly request all of you here to pray for the bright future of all beings in the world. Thank you very much. Thank you. I got back to the chairman now. So if you have any question or comment or compliment or criticism, whatever, please tell us. We are one team.
So the floor is open for questions. So if anyone who would like to ask questions, we can take a few questions at the end. If anyone who has not had the chance to ask, please allow the people who would like to ask to get the chance to ask. Please.
My questions are to Geshe Tanki. You talk about the science and the Buddhism mutually benefit each other. So that's why my question is that you say it is really do you have confidence in how to Western scientists to benefit the support to Buddhism or to destroy the Buddhism? because now is science and the technologies are much more developed, and artificial intelligence has already come here. Is also the artificial human being also possible to happen in the future time. So that's why I'm a bit worried that that's SIM card, the card chips we have to put in the human brain, and the other spinal cord on the backside. Then it's every education to upload and the download can do that. Now it's very dangerous in the modern society. That's why it's how do you can take a responsibility to scientific destroy the Buddhism or benefit of supporting Buddhism. Could you tell more explain about this?
I'm not sure I will get all the questions, what really Geshe-la you means, but I'll take one of them is the question essence of the science could be destroyer of the Buddhist area. Like there's for example, we are showing lots of technologies, especially for the artificial intelligence called the AI, which is possible to make kind of artificial human or artificial living being, sort of that asking. So my sense is, so far, my understanding of the artificial intelligence, there are many layers, and some of them called, hard part, and some of them called like machine learning, natural linguistics. Obviously, they have a lot of technology like language exchange and creating to the composition happening now, ChatGPT, all these many technologies coming. But still, no one could perform to show the emotion experience. No one seems not near to, creating to that common sense or emotionally or feeling to each other is never showing till now. But it's a classical question, can machine think about the human life? And then there's a lot of scientists really in the previous decade, lots of, the confidence that maybe in the 2020 or 2060 or 2030, there will be kind of machine-like thinking human, but so far, I don't think it will possible to. Surely there will be scientific developing to creating so many technology, so many kind of discovering or inventions, but still make it feeling, something like human or something like, mother like born to the kids. It's still far beyond away because there's so many theories about the consciousness, but there's no consensus near to definition of consciousness what we expected. That's my answer. I'm not really sure whether there's a question or not.
동고를 뭐지 됐 인지 돌아 줄 나오지. 내기 뒤와디 파라파티 저게 단다 제모던 데베 나오죠 롭티 탐람 걸라 송셰디레 안티돌랑에 멕시게 삼주시외인 조와셉게메 삼주시외인 조송 안에 제모던 데베 토네 나오죠 롭티 시에세디 다 나오죠 세디 안에 네딘 데벨로 시야체와이나 다 나오죠디 콜로 당보 감네 송샤야기 안에 덴바시체 렌데게 남샤체 덴데연라 중인기 루중 루도 거르체 안에 디키데당 다조 네딘 데벨로라 다 타르바 토야기 남기 조디 팔랑연라 차데요레 다나시 네딘 데벨로라 다 뒤위기 냠시데 하체 하장게 게치모치네 누 쓰기 요바 son상 다 단다 제모던 데베 토네 리모토네 pu chung chung janda lobde chia ti pena denshi gi thola siba kholo dan debe ane denshi gi thola lobde chia ta da na shin gi shola so ba dende peju tang che dende jung do ge korla dende ge zemo sia ta da na shin gi te le jum de gi thola de she yap che di thone ane le ge ba sa na siba kholo nang la do ri du nang la ka ba la khor ki yo me pena ngesong sum dawo ji khor de na ngesong sum so so la khone ane dunga do kande kande nyung ge yo me dende ko la da na shin gi ane shini ko la ina re 할레비게 다 까준다고 롱년도고 된데 땐제 semne rimba 구 방진네 로당라 속바 다나 신기 다 타르바토야게 남기 조데 팔라야나 게 팔라야 켈라야나 데데 양 쇼당 된데게 토네 베조 당제 람 림바 신네 간데지니 누구요바 된데게 토네 안에 세모던 데베 토네 보고서 롭디 시바야나 안에 낭주기 타니 뜻은 양 신den게 낭주기 고든여 데서 라렘 하고 등에 마음발라 부부대 살롱존에 전부 낭주 돌라 띵사부 장도 갑라 안에 타니 데서 자상 신등에 낭주 있고와 전부 양 요등에 된리게 개선 전부 지우 용사래 삼제 등에 가서 오래 삼수 삼도 시와이 두체
I think it's just a request, not a question. It's in regard to the gamification of the role of game in disseminating the Buddha Dharma. So in this regard, especially in the Pali tradition, the Four Noble Truths, the 12 links of dependent arising, and the Noble Eightfold Path, and the Vinaya rules. So these are the essential, most important aspect of the Dharma practices. So when we try to sort of show, if there is a way to use the media in forms of cartoon, animation, to disseminate these aspects of Buddha Dharma, the Four Noble Truths, and the 12 links of dependent arising in the form of if you kill someone or do something bad, negative things will happen to you, etc. in such and such. So basically, bringing Dharma teaching into animation and animative roles so that everyone can benefit from that. That's his request.
Thank you. I am Losang Gyaso from Indonesia. Honorable Sangha leaders from various countries and all participants in the International Sangha Forum. Your Excellent Geshe Tapke, I would like to hear Your Excellency's opinion regarding the presentation that has been delivered. Is this division of Buddhism into three texts of science, philosophy, and religion? It's that it's mean three of the kind of text is contradictory or not, because if you delivered before that in the science aspect about evolution of science, the explain about there is no creator in Buddhism, but in religion, like a deities usually explain that they can create any something in the history of Buddha or the text. What the question is, what does Geshe think about the three category text? Is contradictory or not? This is first question. And the second question, if yesterday presentation from Mr. Carlos, I think, if not false, that if we know about the Asian of Buddhists, to spare or to explain the Buddha Dharma, we also do use the tradition of every country, because every country or community they has like a tradition. So Buddha Dharma can be accepted by community if the teaching is harmony with the thinking of the community. So how Gisela to explain all the presentation to can get accepted by the contrary of the philosophy of Buddhism or the teaching of Buddhism? This is the second question. Thank you.
Yeah. Also, I'm not really 100% sure what you are asking, but my assume is the two questions. First part is, are you asking about the three categories in content of Buddhism is contradictory or not? In answer to be that question, it's not contradictory. It's helping to each other. Like Buddhist science is more like to do at the beginning or more like to do in this life. It's more focusing about telling to result beneficial even in this life. And that's, we can to evidently to prove. So, for example, the mindfulness meditation benefit your health and for this life. That's sort of like Buddhist science. And the Buddhist philosophy is when you're going deeper level. And then if you extremely, especially kind of like practitioners, this morning talking about the special meditation, all these things. And also if you really believe or religions, next life, all these things, beyond that. So it's not contradictory. It's helping each other. That's my first response. The second question, do you get it? Okay. The second, maybe I'm not to getting, one thing is I can heard you are saying is like the evolution or some of the Buddhist philosophy is against for the Buddhist teaching. I don't think it's so, because Buddhist teaching is there's so many ways to do, like, and the based on the person's dispositions, that like show this, my colleagues wonderfully show how do we, based on the person's disposition, who like to game, we will show to the game to use to the introduce for the Buddhism. And person who like to game, then we show the game. Person like to show some sort of other techniques. So the Buddhism is really vast and too many ideas, too many ways to introduce. The goal is the more peaceful and eventually getting to enlightenment or nirvana. That's the goal. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou katoa, ngā mihi nui ki ngā rangatira. E kōrero ana nei kia mātou I tēnei ahi ki ngā kai whakahaere hoki ngā mihi nui kia koutou. Just want to sincerely acknowledge the presenters in a very diverse and entertaining presentation that had a lot of benefit for me personally and I'm sure for everybody. And also to the organisers, Jen Pala and all the organisers for this wonderful event. I'm just, from the presentation on science that said nothing occurs that, you can have something occur in one part of the world that can be affected in another part of the world. And then, Geshe-la, you mentioned in terms of kind of technology that, I'm paraphrasing, but there's no greater technology than human consciousness at this point, I'm thinking. And so then also to the flame of hope, when we talked about like having that strength and the flame and thinking about oppression, because I've been grappling with what's happening in Gaza. It's very painful to watch all the suffering, and for Israel as well. And so at first I think I liked the idea of like using your consciousness and the prayer for hope And I know there's many great practitioners here, and so I just wanted to bring to mind what's happening in Gaza and Israel, and just hope that we can offer our prayers for the people. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions for the speakers. You want to?
You are the last person who asked question.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay, this is the last question.
Okay.
Thank you.
For the Thai Bantir who makes the games, I just want to say there's a game called the Inspiration Game by Findhorn in Scotland. You should look at it. It's very similar to your game. I think you might find it interesting. And for the wonderful monk from Korea, forgive me, I don't know your name, but your work's so inspiring. It should be in English. Please, if you could, I could help you make translations into English, because these really could be very popular on YouTube. So please make a request. And finally, for the Tibetan Geshe, I want to say something about science, because I think this is very important. Science comes from physical causes. So evolution is fundamentally different from Buddhist evolution. It's fundamental, because we have a physical body because of our genetic makeup. That's why we share it. It's nothing to do with our karma. And so you have a problem here that's really quite fundamental. And it seems to me that they're complementary, but I think it's a mistake to suggest that physical law must always take precedent over Buddhist teaching. Because if it was to, it would end Buddhist teaching, basically. Because evolution demonstrates quite clearly that the physical body comes from our genes, and our genes are inherited from our parents. It has nothing to do with our karma. And so this is a fundamental problem. And I'd like to know if you've ever considered it, or I'm sure in the University of Chicago they taught you about this, and I'd be interested to hear your comment. Thank you.
Can you repeat to the last part, the real question?
Yeah, the real question is, in what way is Buddhist teaching ever going to be compatible with evolutionary teaching?
Mm-hmm.
Because the body comes from the genes, it doesn't come from karma.
Right. Okay. So here's the thing this way. Sometimes when we're concluding science is only for the physical part, and the Buddhism is inner, science. But that is, we can conclude that way to the very broad. But one of His Holiness suggested, science, in the past time, science always investigating physical object. And His Holiness always to kind of recommended the investigating the subject, or it must be included there, including mind, all these things. Now, also Western science also change. If we talk about the mind in consciousness before 30, 40 years, all the scientists say this is the religious matter. We don't want to talk it. This is not a subject for the science. Now, I show to many scientists who came to understand to the mind and meditation, all these things. That's the one part. Other also part is when you're saying evolution is only talking about the physical things that it does historically. But science is always, there's a good thing is always falsifications, which is always there's open to door to time change to their perspectives. And also, lots of the scientific, scientific theory is not everyone accepted, but then time to time change. So there also some, for example, you think karma is nothing has to do with the genes, but there's a study shows even meditation can change to the genetic expressions. So that means even used to people think if there's a genetic, then nothing we can do. But nowadays, epigenetics and neuroplasticity and innate thought, all this potential coming to the new area of the science for the research. So that's why I'm hoping there's a more and more collaborating, as you mentioned, complementary each other. Thank you.
So, okay, maybe one more short question. If
Yes.
it's short, thank you. The last question.
Venerable Chairman, learned scholars, I'm Thầy Huỳnh Diệu from Vietnam Temple Boodgaya. I'm very happy to participate this international forum. Then I'm very happy can see many good scholars and learned person. So I also would like to give the suggestion. You see, I come from Vietnam. Then I was very lucky to meet the master. He taught me some secret. Then I believe very strongly in the Buddhism there are some miracle. When I was in Vietnam, I read many books about Tibet, and especially in Kailas. I make a wish. Before I die, I very much like to visit Kailas. At least one time, then I die, I'm happy. It's wonderful. Recently, I just come back from Tibet and Kailas. I visited 18 times. And then when this time I went to Potala, I visit the room of His Holiness Dalai Lama. I just make a wish. Just make a wish. Maybe your scholar can give solution how we convince the Chinese government invite His Holiness come back to Lhasa and to say the same room before he passed away.
Thank you for your comments.
Yeah. And then another thing.
It's actually a good comment,
Now,
and I would
another
like
question.
to.
One thing.
This is a question and answer session. So please, if you would like to ask a question, you can ask the question.
I asked the question, and 60 years ago, therefore I think you are a scholar, you can find solution. How we convince the Chinese government invite His Holiness back to Tibet? That I like very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question, and thank you for everyone's participation in this session. I'm sorry that we have very limited time and we have so many great speakers. So to conclude our session this evening and to conclude today's session, I would like to invite our guest of honor. We're going to have two guests of honors to present our certificate of appreciation this evening. First of all, I would like to invite Most Venerable Professor Palekande Ratanasara Thero to please come up to the stage to be our guest of honor to provide the certificate. And also I would like to invite Most Venerable Hyo Bong from Korea to please also join the stage to give the certificate of appreciation. Thank you. So first of all, I would like to invite Reverend Endo Ryokyu to be the first person to receive both the certificate for being a chairperson and also as a presenter for this session. I would like to invite Most Venerable Professor Palekande Ratanasara Thero to provide the certificate first. The first two certificates. So first certificate, I would invite Venerable Professor Palekande Ratanasara Thero to provide for Reverend Endo Ryokyu as our chairperson. Next, I would like to invite Venerable Dr. Dhammā to receive the certificate of appreciation from Most Venerable Professor Palekande. Next, I would like to invite Venerable Geshe Chapkye to receive the certificate of appreciation. Next. I would like to invite Venerable Henyo Bong from Korea to please provide certificate. And next, I would like to invite Venerable Pra Patipon Sivarom to receive the certificate of appreciation, with also Dr. Daruni Ratanawong Samatakun, who is also the co-author of the program that Venerable presented, to also receive the letter, certificate of appreciation. And last but not least, I would like to invite Venerable Jia Hong from South Korea to receive the certificate of appreciation. And this will conclude our session today. I would like to invite all of our guest speakers, our chairperson and our guest of honor to take a group photo together. So this will conclude our session today. As you can see, we have so many great speakers, very limited time. I do apologize if we had to rush things or had to cut off any questions that you might have. I'm sure we're going to have more very important sessions tomorrow. So some logistics announcement for today would be the end of today. And tomorrow at 6 to 7, we're going to have breakfast at the